First of all, I apologize for being late. I hate being late. Part of it was technology issues. When I got the new phone, the wearable collar has to be connected to a phone first. Even if the collar doesn't connect to the phone, it periodically looks for the app that's on the phone. And then I'd forgotten how to factory reset the collar. And then, of course, because technology wants to make me late for my show, and you guys are going to laugh, and I don't mind. You can laugh your ass off at me. Stop killing collars. I sat there, and my driver wasn't on, and it was busted, and I was trying to fix it, and there was like 900 other things going on. No, stupid human, the organic meat sack that runs this channel, had turned off the Bluetooth switch. So, if you know anything about fucking technology, it doesn't matter how many things you do, how many patches you do, how many installers you run. If you don't turn the damn thing on. And then the other problem was my medication increased yesterday. And I'm gonna be getting some sleep for at least a couple of days. Because that medication's at a level that it sent me nine-eye. Like, one of the cat's dishes is in my room, and my spouse came in and scared the shit out of me. She probably didn't even see me in the bed, to be honest, because I'm normally up before then. And I flipped the fuck out. She's like, "You're all right," because I have PTSD, so if I get woken up randomly, I sometimes am not in a good headspace. She's like, "You're all right," and I'm like, "Oh," and she's like, "It's like 10," and I'm like, "Oh shit." So I jumped up quickly to get here. I'm hoping my hive mate has finally hit 50, because we have some nightmare silos to run. And then we're kind of stuck again, to be honest. We're at the point where, what server are we on? I have no idea. We have changed servers so many times. I have 3 minutes until this thing shows up. I'll let you know. I don't think our server is still open. I'm going to guess it's not, because we're on X0186. I don't think we're there. Yeah, Acid, slow you down. That's my fault. Acid is normally my department. I have exactly one page left on the website to build, and it's not a hard one. And once that is done, the website is built, and my workload, I get 6 hours a day back on average. Who the fuck is barbecuing my ass? Building the website has been like the longest endeavor, because I'm not proficient at it. When I need to change something, I need to change it, and then I need to, it's like, I gotta change this, then I gotta read, and then I gotta, like, last night I was trying to build an expandable card. Did they ever fix the keyword triggering issue? No. It got improved a little bit, but they didn't fix it, which is a shame. I saw Adaptable Fox. Yeah, Adaptable Fox. You honestly thought consoles would take off as a medium for MMOs and lend itself to action, and that never really materialized? Here's the problem, and it's not the console. The problem with action combat is latency. And you saw a really good example of the latency problem. And it doesn't matter if you're on a PC or if you're on an an Xbox or a PlayStation, yes, it helps that we now have consoles that are the equivalent of 2080 series. But because the games have continued to get more graphic intensive, somebody I know got an upgrade to their computer. Now, their upgrade took them up to a 3070. But the games they play need more than 8 gigs of VRAM. So they got an upgrade, but now that everybody else is rocking 16 or 24 gigs of VRAM, you feel you experience loading slower. So one problem with console is that console is always going to be the floor of development. And console players don't like to hear that. Whatever you build as a console is only the best until there's an update that... Wow, that person hit it with a Mr. Wish rocket. It's only the best until there's a new generation of PC hardware. And then it falls behind one step. And the problem with developing a console is you could have it designed so that your goal is to release the console at the same exact time as a new generation of PC hardware. But you know that PC hardware is coming out. Graphics cards are coming out on a 2-year cycle now. There's a big commitment to being eventually and probably quickly outpaced. You're right. There is. And where the big part of that is, you're asking the developer to develop for 8 years on a development level that is outdated. So therein lies the first big problem. The second big problem, and I know people are going to hate me for this, is that MMO players don't lend themselves to being good social console MMO players. And I'm sorry guys, this new med is like giving me medicine head. My spouse is going to give me coffee. Console players generally are the type of players, generally, not all of you, but you're generally the type of players that aren't sitting at a desk because you don't have to. You're sitting in a recliner. You're playing on a TV. You generally don't have a keyboard. You might have one for when you feel it's important to talk, but you're probably not sitting there with the keyboard in your lap, being as social of an individual as you could or should be. Which is, again, fine. You're not required, you're not contractually obligated to speak, but you then become the vocal minority for proximity chat. And I've talked to people for years where I've said the vocal minority of prox chat is console players because they want to be able to wear their headset and they want to not have to type. And PC users don't want proximity chat because they want to be on Discord with a cultivated group of friends. And then I saw what you said. The problem with VRAM is developers are assuming that players won't have Discord open or Chrome open. They won't be watching YouTube. They won't be doing a lot of things, and you're absolutely right. PC gamers don't want 100% of their resources to be tied up with the game because they want to have other things open, which is ultimately why I moved to a 2 PC setup, because to have OBS open, Spotify, Wavelink, Stream Deck software, Discord, Phone Link, that right there is a lot of things. And I know some people would say, well, if you wanted to be a dedicated streamer, you don't have to have all those things open. Well, I do, because I got this, which the new case is coming because I can't, or the new band, but and I share this with people. I'm not embarrassed by it. I'm in cognitive decline due to a traumatic brain injury. I sometimes lose track of time. I lose track of where I am. So I lose track of this thing. So this thing has its own phone number. So put that on. That way it vibrates when I have appointments. It's set up so that I can't silence it. I can't put it on silent. The minimum, my two options are audio and vibrate. So I'm either going to hear something dinging at me and be like, oh, and then it'll have a faceplate, or my spouse will be able to call it and she'll be able to say, hey, where are you? Now, unfortunately, Life 360 isn't set up to tag your watch yet. That would be nice. But it's a difference between desktop players, PC players, and console players. And if we could all just fucking get along. Hey, what's up, Magistone? If we could all just get along for 10 minutes, right? Then we could probably fix the problems. And it's like, I did that really long segment yesterday about stop killing games. And surprisingly, I didn't get any hate for it. Because I don't think the route I went was inflammatory. Now, I do want to say shame, 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 shame on the Stop Killing Games people who went to Pirate Software's game and downvoted into oblivion. That's bullshit. That's his livelihood, and that's not only his livelihood, that's the livelihood of people whose opinion on the matter you haven't even heard. Because he uses his streamer money to pay his moderators, to pay his staff. He uses the donations from that interesting he has a system where donations or whatever the fuck go to the ferret rescue. So people going to his game and downvoting his game into oblivion hurt his ability to do other things. Well, why are you downvoting a guy's livelihood because you don't like an opinion he has as a person? That's Bush League, but that's the world we're living in now. That's the nonsense we're living in. If you don't like somebody, you try to cancel that somebody. Anybody who tries to cancel anybody else is afraid of the other opinion. I can't beat the argument, so that's an ad hominem attack at its finest level. You can't beat the person's argument, so you're going to remove the person's ability to have their opinion. Well, that makes you a fucking coward. Like, you'll notice some people have said, well, you censor on your stream. I don't censor anybody on my stream. I don't censor ideas. I censor people. And I censor people when they're either bigots, sexist, homophobes, transphobes. If you come in and you have you come in damn straight, thank you. You come in, you have an opinion. As long as you're presenting your opinion as opinion, then I'm good with it. But like the guy on the politics show on Wednesday, coming in and having all these beliefs, and then when you show him the facts, he moves the goalpost. Iran shouldn't be able to develop nuclear reactors because they're sitting on a pool of oil, and if you have a pool of oil, you don't need to have nuclear reactors because you can generate all the electricity you need with oil. First of all, that's not even how electricity is generated in bulk anymore. And the United States is sitting on a pool of oil, and we're allowed to have nuclear reactors. So why the difference? And then his argument fell apart from there, and he got mad. And then he started acting like a fuckwit. He got called a fuckwit and got mad he got called a fuckwit. If you're gonna act like a fuckwit, you're gonna get called a fuckwit. And if you're gonna take that offensively, then you should be offended that you're a fuckwit. It's like Ashes of Creation yesterday. I should probably watch the live stream yesterday because another key system that I was really excited about the game for apparently has undergone another big group of changes, but I just can't take them serious anymore because they lie all the time. And they misrepresent the truth all the time. Like, I just can't take that company seriously. 1 month you say you have your new economic... You insinuate that you have a new economic designer. And guess what? If you're the top person in a company and you're designing the economy, then you're the lead economic designer. You don't get to play with the buzzwords. If you're the top person doing a job, you're the lead doing that job. It was a few changes. The guy at least tried to break down the rationale behind them. If you can, give me the Reader's Digest version of the difference between their caravan system and what they have now. Just bullet points. You don't even have to make sentences. Just factoids is fine. But, you know, it's hard to support companies when they're not being honest. Like, I really appreciate Starry Studios. I do. I appreciate NetEase. I do. They may not be making all the right decisions. They may not be getting everything right. But they're doing everything for the right reasons. They have the right intention. Now, there is a reason why the phrase is the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Is sometimes having all the right intentions doesn't get you to a point where people are going to be happy. But, and let me back that up. In the game side, in the content side, they have all the right intentions. With the, yeah, so far they don't bullshit the players. They're not doing like a Cacao Games and, well, there's not going to be pay to win, but there might be pay for convenience. Well, what the fuck is that? Like, that's bullshitting your players. Not gonna be pay to win, but there might be some pay for convenience. Well, convenience is convenience is really subjective. How about we just have no pay for convenience? And I think players would be more inclined. Like, one thing so Starry Studios isn't bullshitting their players, but what I will say is they labeled this as DLC on Steam. I look like I lost a lot of weight. Well, I did lose a lot of weight. From everywhere but my abdominal area, which picked up most of it. I did find I got really good news. The really good news is I'm no longer in B6 toxicity. That's really, really great news. The really, really bad news is that if it had been the B6 toxicity causing the neuropathy, then we would have known what to fix. So, congratulations to not being in one thing. So you get the really good news from your doctor, and your doctor's like, hey, you're changing your diet has fixed the B6 toxicity. Hey doc, I still have the neuropathy in my feet. Well, that's an argument for a different day. So, luckily not being in B6 toxicity means the rapid decline of my nerve endings isn't as rapid as they thought. And I have my pain test in August. So hopefully they can figure it out. I'm on a new medication that I refused. I blatantly refused to go on a medication that masked the pain. How did I change my diet? I'm a big fruit person. I like fruit. I generally eat fruit instead of candy. Because it has about the same amount of calories, but obviously fruit is better for you. The problem is a lot of fruit has B6 vitamins in it. So it has a lot of vitamins in it, like vitamin C, vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin B. So you gotta be careful. Well, I eat a lot of fruit. I eat a lot of dehydrated fruit because it tastes like candy, and as I've said, I'm an addict. I'm addicted to sugar. I'm addicted to caffeine. I'm addicted to anything. Well, they are supposing that I was eating too many dehydrated mangoes, and so instead of having a candy bar for 140 calories, I would have 140 calories worth of dehydrated mangoes. Well, that's a lot of B6 vitamin. So I stopped that. Also, overdoing it. I also keep track better. I've never been I fall into the... Did I not check the daily allowance per vitamin? No. No, I didn't. To be honest. I simply didn't. I didn't do a vitamin count for everything because I didn't ever imagine that not being on a supplement would cause me to get too much. So no, I didn't. Yeah, it'd make you sicker if you overdo it. Exactly. And so now I try to mix it up. Also, I gave up doing intermittent fasting. Not by choice, but they told me I had to. They said I can go back on it when I get a clean bill of health. But yeah, I've lost a lot of weight in my face. Feeling really good too. So yeah, that's exactly it. I thought because it's healthy, it can't hurt. That's exactly what I thought. Yes, the B6 vitamins are supposed to be water soluble and filtered by the kidneys. and I haven't gotten like the full, I haven't done the full reading, but my understanding is B6 hangs out for a lot longer. B6 gets stored in a lot of places because your body likes it. To your body, B6 is its candy. Yeah, I believe that is. I'm not a healthcare professional. I don't do that. But that sound, when they threw like 900 words at me, B6 gets stored in your liver, I believe is what they said. Your body will eventually give it up, but if you're bringing it in, then your body's like, oh, this asshole must really want this for some reason. Let's keep it. And then it starts to affect your nerve endings. So, again, I didn't dive into all of it because I was a little scared about what was going on. So I figured, you know what, I'm not going to read about this. I'm just going to go through the process. So, but no, I'm a happy guy. Plus, I got the funny talk from one of the doctors. One of the doctors said, "You've been trying really hard for years to lose weight." And I said, "Yeah, I have," because he saw all my records, all my meeting with the dietitians and all the people and like the fitness person and all that. And he's like, "If we don't find an answer in all of this, we'll do your genetic profile. But based on the fact that just looking at you, you're probably one of those people that has the genetic makeup that your body's like, hey, you're just going to store fat so that you can survive famine." And I'm like, that would suck ass, man. He was like, it is what it is, son. Just accept it. I was doing 16:8 most of the time. And then when the opportunity allowed, I had walked up to 24, and then occasionally I had done a couple of 24s, and it works really well. People have told me, and I have done 2 3-day fasts. And it sucks getting to the halfway point, but once you're at the halfway point, you don't even notice anymore that you're fasting. Like, it's not even a deal at that point. You're like, oh, okay. Yeah, it's hard, but you feel so good afterwards. Plus, I got a free intermittent fast. I got a free 5-day fast earlier this year in April when I was hospitalized. Hadn't been able to eat in 5 days. Got to the hospital. And I was so far in ketosis. They were like, damn, they got that result, that blood work. They were like, that ain't good. Let me tell you this too, when you're starving, like, and I mean starving, you haven't been able to keep food down, liquid down in 5 days, and you get to the hospital and you're like, can I please get something to eat? And they're like, no, because we don't know what's wrong with you. And you might have to have a scope in the morning. And you're just like, I will kill all of you. If I kill you, it's not because I don't like you. It's because I'm planning on eating you. Just so everybody is on the same page with me. Well, there's an interesting tip. If you're doing the fridge fight with a boom boom, shoot the wall next to the generator and the explosion will kill the generators. That's interesting. There was a bug on one of the servers where people were able to get fragments out of those chests instead of the armor. So they're fixing that. Oh. I do respect a company that admits that they've made mistakes. Unlike other companies. I saw that you had somebody had posted what I asked, and I didn't. I was in the middle of a thing. Let's see. The crate system, drop on death, modifier to determine payout value, is used to augment the node growth to a limited amount. Not sure how personal resources factor in. You should have paid more attention. It sounds to me... It really does sound to me like Intrepid Studios can't make their caravan system work. So now they're downgrading it to a trade pack system. It's a shame, man, because... I don't think Ashes of Creation is gonna make it. I don't. I don't see it retaining enough players to be viable. And this is just my opinion based on the publicly available facts. Somebody on one of my videos, I had made a content creator told me that they felt that there was less than 100 people logging in at night. And that's an opinion. That's why I prefaced it with, I don't have any facts and figures. But this is what a content creator who is covering the game, their opinion is there's less than 100 people. And this individual commented and they say, I don't think 100 is a fair number. It's probably closer to 300 because my guild alone has 30 to 40 people logging in. And I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to argue with you, but I'm just going to say, it's fine, I'll take your 300 number. If you have 100,000 people that paid at least $250 to test. So you claimed that you had 100,000 Alpha 2 backers, and you're getting 300 to log in. You have less than 1% utilization. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about what you've built, then it doesn't matter ever giving you feedback. It simply doesn't. It's never going to be. Giving you feedback is completely useless at that point. Because people are making a statement without making a statement. Your product isn't good enough for my time. Your product is a waste of my time. And I know that's hard to hear. You have less than 1% of people who backed your alpha are testing it now. Which means they don't feel that their feedback is being taken into account. Or they don't feel that you respected them enough to build a good product before asking people to test it. But changing the caravan system and changing the node system 4 years ago, and not like, you can't say you're doing transparent development and then make a massive change 4 years ago, not tell people, have it come out in an interview. You can't do that. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but you're gonna pay. You're gonna pay the piper for it. Starry Studios is struggling from the idea that Endless Dream is terrible. Now, in my article that I published about Once Human's blueprint system, I've changed my production system now. I'm no longer going to worry about making YouTube videos until I have an article written, because writing is my stronger point. I'm going to write the article, polish the article, and then turn the article, even if the article is 4 pages, I'll pull the highlights of the article out to the video, and then in the corner I'll put, would you like to know more? And then they can go read the whole article if they're so inclined. I think I'm going to try that for a while. I think that might bring me more success. It won't bring me more YouTube success, but I think it might help me grow my brand a little bit better. But yeah, as I like to say, you fuck around, you find out. And the problem is, fucking around can very quickly lead to finding out some really bad things. And again, as you saw me yesterday, and a lot of people think I'm just baselessly negative all the time. I don't argue with people's opinion about me often because it's their opinion. I don't personally care. But I would like to say I don't think I'm baselessly negative. I think I'm critical. But I went through the entire Stop Killing Games FAQ, and I said, this is really, really good. You should be leading with this. This is really, really bad. You shouldn't be saying this at all. This is questionable. You should shore it up with more facts. If the creator of the Stop Killing Games movement decides when his initiative doesn't pass in July that he wants to rewrite it and try again, I would gladly be contracted to help. I'm not going to work for free. Not because I don't think the initiative is important. I just don't have time to work for free. Like I have time to work for free on my own brands. Not on another initiative. But if wanted to contract me, I would go through it. Go gather the data, the resources, go do the research. But if it's your initiative, you go do that. For free, I'll evaluate it. I'll go through and I'll tell you this is bad, da, 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 but I won't like, people are like, well, you should go and you should help them rewrite it. No, I shouldn't. I got other shit to do. Yeah, that's the one. But no, I think Intrepid Studios is going to run into a really, really large problem. And that really, really large problem is they're building a product that honestly nobody's going to want. Like, at this point, who are you building it for? And what I've said is, I think Steven is building a product for his community. I don't believe any longer that the product is being built for MMORPGers. I believe the product is being built so that it'll eventually shutter and a small group of people will play it. And then, because you notice, and this is my belief, this is my opinion. You notice that they're always showing you these like GM tools. Like, it seems like all the time Steven has access to GM tools to influence the world the way he wants to influence the world. Well, GM tools are great, but it seems like a little early in the game to have that quality of GM tools. Like, you can drop mobs anywhere you want in whatever quantity you want. Well, that's like a tool that a tabletop storyteller needs. He said he's not even played Pathfinder for half a decade. Well, that's not true. See, that's not true either. They didn't do Extra Life last year, but didn't they do Extra Life the year before? And haven't they played Pathfinder on all their Extra Lives? Now, I get it. He hasn't had a long-term character. Absolutely get it. I absolutely get that it's not a long-term campaign. But doesn't he in private? And that's where it matters to be specific. I haven't played Pathfinder in half a decade. And you're right, you haven't played Pathfinder in over a decade, but you played Baldur's Gate 3. And I'm not trying to be a jerk again, I'm just putting some things out there. If you say that you're working 12, 14, 16, sometimes 18-hour days, like, okay, you're the owner of a company. I get that. You're working long days. Trust me, I get that. I didn't even get to load Once Human yesterday to play. I get it. Long days are long days. But I think early on, Steven had said something where he was, the Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. And the problem is, if you build it, they will come. If it sucks, they will not stay. And people are like, I can't believe you're saying it sucks. I can't believe you can't believe that I'm saying it sucks. Because if you're shocked I'm saying it sucks, then it's like you want to defend it and try to make an argument that it's great. And we can have that discussion. It's like, I am probably Starry Studios' fairest critic of their game. I think Once Human has gone in the wrong direction. I think Once Human has gone in the wrong direction for a lot of. Yeah, you can't. When it's that boss, you can't beat him because you can't res. Now I should be de-aggroed. I get that Once Human is trying to do a lot of things. But the private servers are something that should not have been their 180-day priority. When you launch a game, you have to have a 30-day plan, 60, 90, 180, 365, 2-year, 3-year, 5-year, 10-year. You have to have that plan on day one. And some people would say, well, why do you have to have that whole plan on day one? Because without having that plan, it's a lot like saying, we're going to take a road trip. Where are we going? The Grand Canyon. And then halfway to the Grand Canyon, you say, you know what? Let's go to Disney World. That's in the wrong fucking direction. You got to have a plan because you have to know where you're going with it. Pretty soon you're finishing your year 1 stuff around year 10. Right. And you also have to realize that some of the things that you thought players were going to love, they're actually going to hate. And some of the things that you didn't feel great about introducing, are going to be fan favorites. Yeah, this content isn't exactly amazing, but we're already committed to it, so we're going to launch it and we're going to take our lumps for it, and then we'll apologize to the player base for it. And so that becomes your plan. And then when you talk to the players are like, oh my God, this thing is absolutely fucking amazing. When are we going to get more of this? And you're like, appreciate the follow. Are they shitting me right now? They like this? And you thought they were going to hate it. And they love it. Players are fickle, man. Sometimes people are interesting ducks. Like, I don't know if any of you are parents. People make a lot of different variations of shit on a shingle. There's a lot of different variations of it. Shit on a shingle is a breakfast. Well, it's an any time of day when you don't have money, but it's a breakfast alternative where it's not really expensive, and it's usually made up of stuff you have sitting around from the day before. I made it for my kids one day when poor man's biscuits and gravy. I made it for my kids. We had some extra, that and soups. Right, exactly. I made shit on a shingle for my kids once because I'm not ashamed to say it. We were poor. Money didn't stretch far that month. And so, I made up a batch of shit on a shingle for my kids. And they loved it. It became a mainstay part of our rotation, which was nice because it put more money into the food budget. The kids loved it. Introduced my kids to like beef tips and rice. They loved it. Beef tips and rice is sub $10 for, well, not anymore because inflation has made everything fucking expensive. But beef tips and rice used to be a sub $10 meal for 4 people. Game companies will throw stuff in a game and they're not expecting people to love it. They love it and now they're developing it. Yeah, rice fills a belly up. Absolutely. Soups fill a belly up. I think Once Human would be doing infinitely better if they had a meeting and decided what direction are we going? Beans and Bones Oxtail. Yeah. I know that one from my childhood. Never. I am Merlin from Excalibur on that one. Never again. Never. Never. Did I see Force Gaming covered the game today? No, I have no idea who Force Gaming is. Generally, I don't go out of my way to look at other creators because I only watch a handful of creators. And I usually lurk in their shows as to not is massive in the MMORPG category, similar to Lazy Peon. Here, this might be a really big shock to you. I don't watch Lazy Peon either unless he's covering a game that I like. I don't watch too many creators because I don't agree with a lot of their takes. Some creators I only watch when they're covering a specific game because I want to see their take on that game. I know it's a crazy nuts idea, but Like I know it's a little hard to wrap your head around. I normally watch smaller creators. I watch and support smaller creators because tortilla and mayo. What is wrong with you? Tortilla and mayo? That's like fucking a mayonnaise sandwich. That's like a no. If you're gonna put mayo on something, there's gotta be a little sandwich meat in there somewhere. Where's the fucking meat? Put some meat in that. If you serve me that. Yeah, warm tortillas with a little butter. Yes, because tortilla is Hispanic, Mexican, Spanish, Iberian bread. Pita is Mediterranean bread. I can get down with that. But no. Mayo? That's like taking a piece of white bread out of the cabinet and just putting some mayo on it. If you like it, you like it. Not shitting on you for liking it. I'm not shitting on you for liking it. I'm shitting on it 100%. Not shitting on you for liking it though. Because honestly, I eat shepherd's pie, so I understand. I used to eat tomato ketchup sandwiches. I guess we were a different type of poor. Well, a ketchup tomato sandwich is putting tomato jelly on a tomato sandwich, so I guess it's okay. One second. Sorry, I'm not used to my offspring being up this early, and I was like, why are you still here? You have an appointment. But it's not, it's my offspring. Is ketchup a different thing over there? Our ketchup is a condiment. Ketchup is a condiment. But here's the thing. Tomatoes are a fruit. Ketchup has sugar in it. A fruit plus sugar in a plasma-like state is a jam. So therefore, ketchup is a jam. Hey everyone, can someone explain how to activate the Nova deviation in the task? I use the terminal and I have the deviation from the first boss there. Okay, so what you're probably doing is what a lot of people do, and you're using the deviation. If you don't have the specific, you have to clear it doing the storyline. Like, I have a dream catcher, but that's not a dream catcher. That's not the deviation. It's looking for the Nova dream catcher. So where I am right now, I have not cleared the main story quest in the third zone. Yes, I'm level 50. No, I didn't follow the storyline. So after I clear the storyline and I go into the Mirage Monolith, then I can get the Nova deviation. But it's not just a matter of having a dream catcher. So I hope that helps. It's a little confusing at first because a lot of people skip through the storyline and this is one of those things where I understand why Starry Studios did what they did, but what they did was dumb. And what they did was allow you to skip through a lot of content by not having to run around and activate the towers. Well, you say you have the deviation from the first boss. Did you clear the storyline through the first boss? Because if you've cleared the storyline through the first boss, okay, you can't learn solar power generator because of this task. That's not true either. You just can't get solar power generator for free. Oh, damn it. I learned power generation without having gone through the story quest. So that shouldn't be stopping you. Yes, you have to spend points to learn it as opposed to getting it for free. Hi. Sorry, I closed my game instead of. When you hover over in the cradle, it says activate the Nova deviation in the task. Hold on. Hey, buddy. So, what is that, the second one? And no, I'm not fully calibrated. My weapon is, but my armor isn't. Go ahead and calibrate your weapon so we can clear that content today. You're on. Hold on. Let me go into my character creator account real quick. I just want to check something. I have a second account for when I make content so that I can check things like this. Let me check. Cuz hi buddy. You're being a pokey. You're poking me in the butt. Let me check this real quick. What? Hi buddy. Here. Let me show you off. You're gonna keep poking me, and you're gonna get seen. Everybody loves Orange Cat Energy. Sometimes he lets me show him off. Sometimes he does not. Why? Why? I have 7 of the fur balls. Let me check real quick. Yes, obviously, I want to run the game because I hit load the game. If I didn't want to load the game, I wouldn't have hit it. Anybody notice that Windows is becoming more and more and more? When you press on it, it says I need to complete some tutorial quest. Hold on. Let me get into my creator account. There's something that breaks in Windows with every update. Yeah, there's something that breaks in Windows with every update, and there's something that breaks in my OBS with every update. I'm still not recovered this week from my phone breaking. This phone doesn't do everything that my old phone did. I'm sure it does. I just don't know where the settings are. Okay. Sorry, on my streaming machine, I had to update Once Human in Steam. I wish they would give content creators, official content creators, just a content creation server in God mode. All right, let me check this real quick. Oh yeah, no, I was absolutely able to. It's not letting you put mimetic points into solar power generator, because I absolutely was able to, because I haven't cleared the second boss on my alt account, but I was able to buy solar power generators so that I could make storage batteries. I wonder if it's because you're on the novice server that they force you to do that on the novice server. It might be something specific to the novice server where they don't want you to skip ahead. But no, I was on my alt, I was on the creation alt, I was able to skip it. And I just put the point into it. But truthfully, if you're on the novice server, you kind of want to follow the storyline anyway. I skipped some tutorial quests for level 3. I will do it. Oh, you, yeah, you, on the novice server, you kind of need to follow the tutorial. It's kind of not a good idea to not follow the tutorial on the novice server. V gets kind of like, your crow gets really kind of angry with you. The crow is like, what are you doing? Why are you not following this? You serious? 5-2 and 8-5, that's terrible. Let me pop into Eland. I gotta check my 9,000 boxes of calibrations and find a decent one. Yeah, damn Spaghetti Bird. You're already in the steel zone and it teaches me to gather dirty water. Yeah, so the nice part is the next time you play, you won't have to deal with all that. You can pretty much ignore the tutorial on future on future servers. That one wasn't terrible. I gotta clean this shit up one day. I gotta go through all these boxes and get rid of all the ones that aren't any good. I just have thousands of calibrations. That is one thing. I wish they would give us tools to better manage. I'm not taking it for, yeah, I shouldn't take that one, really. I need the other one. Hi, Pokey. Pokey, you're poking me in the butt. So yeah, I'm gonna have to use the terrible one that I have, because I don't have another one, I don't think. But yeah, I don't want that one. You're right. Wow, I do not have a better calibration. Look at that. Look how many thousands of these things I have. I need this one. I need Frugal Sniper. Frugal Sniper with crit. Oh, there we go. I have a Frugal Sniper with crit. The tutorials are actually really good. The newbie friends enjoyed them a lot. It's just UI UX issues that are getting lost in the journal. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. You are 100% correct. They have a good tutorial, but they need to focus on making it better. Like, all the information is there, but the flow is bad. They need to work on the flow. And then we have the spaceship. We have the spaceship build, and then hopefully if I ever get floating foundations. Frugal crit if you have it. And then I'll have to come to Eland to get it from you. I have one. It's just not the most, it's not the most amazing crit rate. Let me know if you have better than... Oh my god, this is so ridiculous. I gotta clean my shit. 5.2 and 8.5, so 13.7. Let me know if you have better than 13.7 crit rate. You have 14.8? Yeah, you and your Eland. I'll take that. I was like, wait a minute. Why does your Eland look like my Eland? The zip line's not connected. Oh, what the shit? Where are you? Where are you in this thing? Gotta go to the store? Don't buy anything expensive. Oh, you have a house now? That's not you. There's you. You got houses in the sky? Well, put it in a box. There you go. Thank you. And obviously, given the fact that I have the Encyclopedia Britannica of calibrations, feel free to steal whatever you need. I mean, if I don't have one you need in Eland, you need elemental, right? Which the hell, what? Which? Oh, machine gun. So which one is it you need? Or do you have the one you need? Oh, I didn't want them both. Oh, you're not running elemental? You gave up on the boom? You gave up on the boom boom? Fucking you gave up on the best build in the game? Everybody's running boom boom right now. I can understand why you're giving up on boom boom though. You've been running that build for 12 months. That's a little rough to run one build. I switch builds because I make content. What is the best PvE build? The best PvE build is Boom Boom right now. But the problem with Boom Boom is that it requires very, very specific armor to be at 6 stars and mods. That's my YouTube channel. I have a bunch of guides. The build I run is the Brimini Sniper. I like the Brimini Sniper because it's fun. It does a fair amount of damage. I can clear anything I need to clear with it, but also, it doesn't require you to have built up this crazy amount of gear. It allows you to be solid once you get your weapon to like 5 stars, 6 stars, then you're in really great shape. Boom Boom is a longer investment because it takes longer to get your gear up to 6 stars. Which, oh, yeah, a couple of builds out damaged Boom Boom last season. I don't count that bullshit Critical Pulse build because that build is offensive. The Critical Pulse build is just... Somebody didn't think that shit through when they built it. They're like, oh, we're gonna build this. You realize that's stupid, right? Okay. Oh, the ones I ran? Well, remember, my build doesn't outdamage you when we run the Nightmare solos. It's the fact that I'm usually the asshole who fires off the Mr. Wish, because I get credit for the Mr. Wish as well. Make sure all my other mods are right, because I noticed that mod was wrong. Yep. 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 All those are right. Wait a minute. We'll do that, and then we'll do bounce sniper. Yeah, that's right. And then I need to craft a wildfire. I don't need to calibrate it. I have pistol ammo. Oh, I do need to put the mod in it though. That was weird. It told me that I was still equipped to my bingo, but I don't have... There's nobody that I have that has a bingo. Goofy ass thing. But yeah, most of my damage during those nightmare events are from me dropping the Mr. Wishes. Remember, you don't have enough transfer points left. What do you need to transfer? What the hell did you transfer that you don't have enough transfer points left? Meow. Because I can transfer it. I can transfer it for you and then put it in a, whatchamacallit, a vending machine. Put your calibration in that box. I'll swing back into Eland, pick it up, and then put it in a vending machine for you. What, Chiefy? What's up, Chiefy? You want to be seen? No, you don't want to be seen. You're too smart. He's too smart. Enter Eland, island roaming. Back to Rail's place. This is one of the things that gets annoying. It would be nice if you could just more easily move things from Eland back to the world. But you can't. I'm gonna pop back to mine real quick. No, I'll come back and grab that. Also, if you're gonna have rules and restrictions for what you can and cannot do, then don't have really easy ways to bypass those restrictions. My God, I just have to fill. I gotta go through. One day when I'm done building all the way. Oh my God, I'm still on pistols. One day I've got to just take an afternoon and get rid of as many of these as I can. This is just too much. Look at this. All of those are just calibrations. It never ends. I've got to have, with no joke, I've got to have a 1,000 calibrations. If you haven't figured out by now, I am a massive hoarder in video games. Like, throw something out. I don't know what that word means. Discard? Is that a new boss? Ridiculous. My God. Okay, we found an empty one. And yes, all those other square ones are full of deviations. They promised us a way to improve our deviations. And so I have thousands of those. Did we get that feature yet? No. I probably have so many deviations. There's probably some engineer at Starry Studios like, why are our servers running so terribly? Oh, that's Jalan. He refuses to throw anything out. don't even think I can. I don't even think I can crush this stuff. Yeah, I can't even crush the ammo. All the surplus ammo I have, I don't need any of you. Get out of here. Throw all this out. As you can see, Rail and I make too much stuff every season. And we were throwing gold armor at, or gold ammo at the content. So this is going to be interesting. If we try to do a nightmare solo here, I don't actually know if we're going to be able to clear it. Okay, so two of those. Levy land. Do I have tungsten ammo? I have a little bit of tungsten ammo. I'm not I have like 1,500 rounds of tungsten ammo. Oh no, I'm good. Oh, well, it's fine. I'll drop the better crit rate one down into the vending machine for you. I don't think I loaded. I don't think I bought vending machines yet. There it is. How's the game now? Well, Rail and I each have approaching 4,000 hours in the game. I like the game. The only reason why I've slowed down playing the game has nothing to do with the game. It has to do with the fact that I've just rebuilt all of my company websites. Because I own PGN Music as well. If it wasn't for that, if I could build websites faster, I would have been playing more. There are some things about the game that I'm iffy on their direction, but so far there's nothing in the game that makes me want to quit the game. I thought I just bought this. I have fun with it. I'm really, really hoping that the 2-year anniversary brings with it something new. Unfortunately, I think it's going to bring with it just Endless Dream, which is going to be bad because, and I get it, what they're trying to do is they're trying to build up their private servers, right? And that's important because if that becomes a main part of their income, then they'll be able to develop more content faster. But it's like they didn't know which direction they wanted to go with the game. Did you want to be a private server game? Did you want to be a PvE game? Did you want to be a PvP game? Like what were you trying to build? There you go. Pick up your calibration. So, but the game's good. Like they've added in some new features. They've added in some new weapons. The lunar cycle that they did, the visional wheel, I keep calling it the lunar cycle, but that was the name of the first visional wheel. You're welcome. The first visional wheel was really good. Really liked that. I'm not a huge fan of this anti-gravity crap, but it's not terrible. It is annoying in that they went from one extreme to the other. To clear out this starfall, if you get 10 starfall collection or starfall crystals at a time, you have to kill or open 1,200 boxes. That's a lot of grinding. But it's from May to mid-late September. So I'm not worried about it because I've already cleared off. I have 1,000 bosses or boxes left to open. So I'm okay with that. It just isn't great content. Not amazing. I think it would be nice instead of Astresium crates right there if they had put Starcrom. It also would be nice if we would finally get our next yeah, it might as well give it a try since it's free. Also, if you're coming back and you haven't played in a while, that friend code will at least make level 1 decent. You just go into F3, you hit X, and you put that code I pasted. It'll give you some basic weapons and armor to start with. And then if you run into any questions, you can always swing by and ask. That's why I stream. Okay, so I have the entire phase 1. So I need 1 in phase 2. Well, obviously, we are going to open phase 2. I only have 3? What the hell do I have to do to get... Oh. They're all down here. Oh. Do I even have 10 total? I have 9 total. I'm not doing that. Yo, there you go. Hopefully it helps. What do I need to be doing? Hit Manibus's weak spot. Participate. Well, I did that. Complete workshop defense clear. Capture DV. I did that. Didn't give me credit for the things that I did. Jerks. Alright. Weapon is 10. Calibration. Armor. Oh, let me crush all the extra armor that I don't need. I don't want to calibrate the wrong shit. Oh, I got all this stuff too. That would have been bad. I'll pick up. My lord, you just went to town, man. You went donkey balls crazy. I guess that's what happens when you have the time to play. What happened to my... Oh, because it's not damage that I use, it's crit rate. I had one of those. Mods, armor. that's weapon damage. I need the crit rate one. Crit rate, crit damage. Oh, that's because that one has great one damage. Okay, are you ready to are you ready to embrace your inner juggernaut and fuck shit up? What is that stuff? Why is that there? Dropped. Still. Here. Let's try to embarrass ourselves. Another 3k dust. Okay. How the hell do we have so many Stardust dust? I'm not gonna argue. I'll level all my shit. You've been cooking? Yeah, I apologize for not having more time. I have one page left to build on the company website today, and it shouldn't be a hard one. We need more fuel. Yeah, I have, after this I have to build one page, and then my goal tomorrow is my fucking God-given day off. I am not working tomorrow. Okay, let me jump up, let me take a real quick break, and then we're gonna try to embarrass ourselves live and clear nightmares without any Mr. Wish rockets. Be right back. Alrighty. Now we're gonna see. I keep everything because every time I delete it, they release content that requires it. Yes, keep everything because they always release content that needs it. Absolutely. So we're gonna embarrass ourselves here. No Mr. Wish rocket launchers. I have 100. Oh, do I have all these things? Yeah, I have a few hundred of those. Yeah, I have yeah, I have whims. Please, man, I live on whims. Whims are like I bring the things over. I start making whims on day one. I can't live without my whims. Then today I also have to get the I'm back for help. So if I'm on Manibus and I don't have resources for Boom Boom build, what is second best? Well, when you say you don't have resources for the Boom Boom build, What do you mean? You have power surge? Well, the first thing you need to do is you need to clear your stellar stairway so you get Starcrom. The next thing you need to do is go into your wish machine, and right here there's going to be 3 limited time categories. Clear those out, and I think this month's is Bingo and Predator. Even if you don't want to play Bingo or Predator, clear those categories out, because, and if you watch the video that I linked, it'll tell you how to rotate blueprints so that you can get the weapon you want. The problem with it is you have to have the blueprint base, because you have to unlock the base first. That is the rough spot for a new player. They need 8,000 Starcrom to unlock the weapon they want, and then they need 10,000 per limited category. But the limited category gives you so many blueprints, it's a waste to not clear them. Also, the Bingo build is really good. Your problem is on your novice server, you don't have mods yet. And mods is where the majority of your damage is going to come from. So it's not about blitzing through the content. It's about getting a good enough weapon to clear hards. Getting some base mods. And then after you have some base mods, you can move up and start clearing pro content. And then you can group up to do pro content, and you can group up to do nightmare content. Well, they aggroed. Your dog got aggro through a wall. Fuck that. I hate that thing. Oh shit. My teammate is getting. Yeah, you will need, for Boom Boom, you will need a 6-star set. I have a video on my website, on my YouTube called Everything You Need to Know About Builds, but Don't. But the punchline is, elemental builds stack off psi damage, psi intensity. Until you have 6 pieces of armor at 6 stars, you're always going to be doing less than your maximum capacity for damage. Let me back that up. Until you get 5 pieces at 6 stars, and then your purple piece, 5 pieces at 6 stars, and then you'll need 1 piece at 5 stars. The gloves, you'll need the barbecue gloves. The other thing is make sure you're clearing out all the mystical crates on your map, because all of those give you blueprint fragments. After you're done with the novice server, you can redo Manibus on normal, and those mystical crates reset, because novice is considered its own group. The last Valor is really strong. I have a Shrap. Did you take everybody with you? The last Valor is a really strong build. God damn, it's the lightning that's killing me. Last Valor is a really, really strong single target build. Bullseye and Shrapnel are single target. Corrosion is single target. But corrosion you can kind of get away with without having elemental, an elemental armor set, but it's still better if you have 6. As you can see, I'm running Bounce. You can run Bounce submachine gun. You can run. Wow, we don't have the damage to break a void mob. that we can't. We actually don't do enough damage to break his shield. Yeah, which, yeah, rifles, shotguns, or heavy weapons. I don't know if, I don't even think I have. I don't know if I'll be able to do this. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Yeah, we're gonna have to exit. We're gonna have to come back. We'll have to come back for this one. We'll have to. Oh, apparently no. Apparently, oh, there we go. Rifle, shotgun, heavy weapons. See, normally I have multiple sets made. Craft weapon. Last Valor. That's why we didn't want to leave the permanent server. We were set up nicely on the permanent server, and we had everything that we needed. And now, didn't they buff war crimes? They may have, but I don't have, in this current setup, I don't have my war crimes built yet. So I should be able to just switch over to the Last Valor to kill that one mob. Because normally I have the key items. Normally I have the key items built as well. And I don't have that at the moment. But since shrapnel is based off crit and my build is crit, I should be able to... I should be able to chew through him. Okay. Attempt number 2. But yeah, normally we have full sets. I normally have a corrosion set. It's just I have a corrosion set specifically for killing this guy. Like, Rail goes in, gets aggro, and then I swap builds to kill all the specific ones. It's like, oh, is it phase? Oh, I'll switch to submachine gun. So, Rel, I think that's the first time in like 6 months we failed a silo. Well, that's probably the first time in 11 months we failed a silo. Are you kidding me? No, it's a coherence mob? That ain't even right. Wow, Rel's down again. Are you getting killed by the lightning? God, I hate this. I hate this fucking done. I hate this one. There's absolutely like they're like, oh, you know what? This one's too easy. So you know what we're gonna put in it? Just random fucking lightning storms indoors. Look at that. It's just like the boss isn't even killing me. It's the fucking lightning. There, his shield is broken. Don't even worry about me. Just kill this motherfucker. Oh, yeah. And now he's healing. Fucking... No, you're not get... Why are you so angry with me? The other guy was shooting you for like 10 minutes. Oh my lord. Yeah, I think I'm gonna spend all of tomorrow gathering mats so I can build out the rest of my sets. That's a bullshit amount of healing. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for somebody who doesn't actively play the game every day to see it externally and be like, that's just a bullshit amount of healing. Yeah. It would be fine if it wasn't the damn... without the lightning that just randomly hits you. There we go. jerk. Apparently one of the people on our server died. I'm just hearing about that now. Yeah, the lightning is always centered on you. It's centered whenever the lightning is going to strike. It's not random placement. It's on one of the players, which makes it all the worse because somebody's getting hit, and since I'm usually zoomed in, it's pretty rough. Yeah, see? That is absurd. Yeah, see, as you can see, they added in the lightning to just be like, oh, how did you fucking teleport? Rail's now realizing that Boom Boom is better than what he's running. Because he's got all the fucking mods for it. In that absurd healing state. Feels like they added lightning to drain self-revives. Oh, absolutely they did. I mean, it's kind of nice. I mean, a lot of people would be frustrated with dying. It's kind of nice to not be able to just walk over this. Normally, we can just walk over this without issue. I'm probably gonna have to switch to the Kumawink though. Need faster AoE. Need Dr. Teddy. Dr. Teddy and the gel are very good, but the problem with Doc Teddy is that then you don't have anything to hold aggro. And Doc Teddy lowers my damage on bosses by 43%. Because damn it, I've died so much, all my gear is broken. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish this. My dog increases the damage to a target by 43%. So on bosses, that kind of hurts. I don't know if I have any artisan hands I can import. I might have dumped them all at the end of last season. See, normally we don't die as much doing this. But I might have to switch builds. The camera is really good too if you're playing sniper. The camera though, however, also does not hold aggro. Let me see if I can... Hate to do it, but I didn't make any artisan hands. I don't know if I have any I can import. Nope. Well, we're gonna see. I have all broken gear. We're gonna see if we can do this. Sometimes I like a challenge. Okay, there we go. Yeah, see, it's the fucking lightning storm that kills me all the time. Man, I'm not even getting hit. I'm not even getting hurt by the boss. It's just like, oh, and I'm out of adrenaline shots because we died so many times. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. The 2 sniper build doesn't work. Yep. All right, we'll have to readjust. So time to go farm more meds. What am I thought on the Frost Vortex build? I like the Frost Vortex build, but the Frost Vortex build is again, in the video that I made, Frost Vortex is rough for new players to start with. And the reason why it's rough for new players to start with is because Frost Vortex is dependent on Psi Intensity. And Psi Intensity can only be gained by having all of your pieces of armor completely maxed. And until you have them completely maxed, you're always going to be doing less damage than people that are running something off of the non-environmental build. And the non-environmental build is Bullseye, Fortress Warfare, Fast Gunner, Bounce, Shrapnel. It is a shitty situation to be in, because you want to play this really cool build, but you can't, because you just don't have the armor to support it. Once you have the armor to support it, however, it becomes an oh my god, what the fuck barbecue chicken style of build. It becomes amazing. Because there's a couple of different ways that you can go with Frost Vortex. And Frost Vortex is one of those builds that is, your build is equally good in PvP or PvE. A lot of other builds, like the Bounce Sniper Rifle, is okay, but it's not gonna be great in PvP because it just doesn't do DPS fast enough. Is the lightning counterable? No, even last season I made the lightning backpack and it didn't counter the damn lightning. What build is great when first starting? That's a great question. And what I can tell you is I do have videos. Let me jump up real quick and then I'll tell you which build is best for new players, because it has nothing to do with what's good. It has to do with how easily you can get it. So ultimately, in order to get blueprints, you need to do your Stellar Stairway. Now, the Stellar Stairway is going to reset in 2 days and 20 hours. I don't really like this system, because if you're there should never be a penalty for starting a game late in a month. So if you just found Once Human today and you decide to play, you almost feel like you're going to be punished, because you start to make your way through the Stellar Stairway. And then in 2 days and 20 hours, this is going to reset for the month. But the biggest chunk of Starcrom from the Stellar Stairway comes from completing it. Unfortunately, I cleared my wish machine already. But what you're going to want to do is, as you get Starcrom, you're going to come to the Stellar Stairway, or you're going to, I'm sorry, as you clear the Stellar Stairway and you get Starcrom, you're going to come to the wish machine, and over here, there's going to be 3 categories called limited time categories. They are the biggest bang for your buck, because what they're going to give you is, for 10,000 Starcrom, they're going to give you a bunch of fodder fragments, but it's going to give you a full weapon, and it's going to give you 25 bonus fragments for upgrading that particular weapon. And there's 2 categories. This month it's the Bingo and it's the Predator. And then they're going to give you a 3rd category, which is going to be 3 legendary pieces of armor and a key item. And it's the Old Huntsman boots. So if you can somehow blitz through enough of the Stellar Stairway to get at least 30,000 Starcrom in the next 2 days and 20 hours, you'll get a nice fat stack of blueprints. And then you can use this menu and you can transfer that quality. So if you get the bingo rifle, so that would be the weapon that you get, and you get it up to 2 or 3 stars, but you decide, I really don't like that weapon. Well, when you get more Starcrom, you can unlock a weapon you do like and move the stars to it. Were those guys Void or Phase? Well, one was, the first time was Void, the second time was Coherence. So learning the blueprint conversion is really, really important. That's why I made a video on it. And then I wasn't really happy with the video that I made on it. Because it's such an in-depth sort of topic that what I did was I also made it in text format. It's kind of like you're trying to explain to players everything they don't know at one time. It's like, hey, there's this entire system that's like drinking out of a fire hose. Let me make a video on it. But also, it's hard for a player who's been playing for a year to make a video for players that have just started. And I talk about that when I'm making the video. It's like, yeah, maybe storing blueprints wasn't the best thing to do. Unfortunately, since they made all the characters share your blueprints, it's not like I can just randomly go back in time and clear everything so I can make a new player video. Could I make a new account? Sure, I absolutely could. But I've had to do that twice now with character creator accounts. So it's going to be, at some point, I'm going to be like, I have 4 accounts now. And there's not a really good way for established creators to do it. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to write it as a guide. And then the other part that's really terrible is that there's RNG involved. And nobody likes RNG. RNG is kind of rough. I wish they would look at that setup, and I wish that they would give starting players 1 legendary blueprint to start from. The good part is you can pretty much rest assured that you're going to be getting a lot of blueprints here right at the top of next month while they're celebrating their 1-year anniversary. In fact, I saw something in the menu today. Oh, I have... Let's go away. More... I've been playing Frost Vortex recently, not too bad. The armor is hard to get right now. Been working on getting the weapon. So for 5-star, my Silent Anubis is next. My glove is on. Yeah. Except if you are running any elemental build, Mask should always go to 6 stars first. Because Mask gives you more psi intensity than anything else. So Mask is 201 at 6 stars. Gloves is 121. So it's Mask, unless you already have Mask. It's Mask, helmet, pants, gloves, chest, boots. The good part is, since you can switch the blueprints around, you get 1 piece to 6 star, make that piece of armor, then swap the blueprint to the next item, make it, swap it again, make it. You don't lose the star level on the piece of armor after you've already made it. So once you have 1 6-star piece of armor, as an elemental user, you should be able to get all the pieces you need. With the exception of builds that use a purple piece. Because gold stars can't transfer to purple pieces. Purple pieces, their star rating can't transfer to gold. Alright, so I'm gonna need to do world events and loot everything, because I'm gonna need to make some other weapons. Luckily, to make the submachine gun, I don't need much. So I think I'm gonna need faster damage, not bigger damage. And then maybe this season I'll have enough mod pieces that I can finally build out an elemental set, a real elemental set. Yeah, you're probably going to have to make an elemental build, or I'm going to have to go to a different build, because 2 sniper rifles just isn't... We're not killing the trash mobs fast enough. We're dying too many times because we don't have enough... We have AoE, but not really. But no, I'll build out elemental. It's fine. It's not like I don't have, like, I have enough. I can do it. I just got to look at my mods for it. See, that's what takes the longest. When you want to switch between builds, especially when you want to switch to elemental builds are so gear and mod dependent. Like, every build kind of is, but elemental builds are way more so. And then we gotta get... I'm gonna have to get more acid rate. Is Unstable Bomber elemental? It is, because of the blast component. Because... Bomber is the blast damage. If you don't know how to get into that, I'll show you real quick. So what you do is you go into inventory, you go into a piece of gear, right? You scroll down on the piece of gear and you're looking for weapon features. And you come down here, this little tiny thing that they don't really show you. Is that if you hit X right on that little keyword, it brings you into this menu that should be right in your face as a player. This is where my hive mate he came up with the idea of AMS, Asian menu system. There's a menu for everything in Asian games. You just can't fucking find it. So you come in here and you're looking for Unstable Bomber. Unstable Bomber is instant damage and it's AoE. Triggers 1 status damage blast of 120 psi intensity over 0.1 second with a blast radius of 1.5 meters. The damage decays over explosion distance down to a minimum of 50%. The additional damage is blast element. It cannot crit, cannot strike weak spots, and will not decay with distance. But then to make everything else more complicated, you have to go onto the weapon itself. Every 4 hits triggers Unstable Bomber. A critical hit grants +1 to the hit count. Hitting a weak spot grants plus 30% blast damage. Unstable Bomber can land crit hits with a 25% crit rate. Okay, so when you're running Jaws, you want to run crit. But then that causes you a problem because you're going to be stacking crit rate. So you want crit damage. The problem is you can't do that. It doesn't work that way. So we go into Unstable Bomber, and when we hit X, I don't want to do it on the weapon. I want to do it on armor. Range minus 25%. Fire rate plus 10% status damage. Well, if I come into talents, because I'm trying to get elemental damage and status damage, then I can't get crit damage because it's not an option. If I come into violent in order to get crit damage, I can't get elemental and status. So I saw a lot of people make guides where they talked about build unstable bomber and stack crit damage. Yes, because you're stacking crit rate so that you get a bomber explosion every 2 hits instead of every 4. The problem is you're putting damage in one side of the formula, but you're not putting it in the side of the formula that does the biggest chunk of where the damage comes from. Because the damage comes from one status damage blast of 120% psi intensity. And since status damage only comes from a couple of places, you gotta, and I know it sucks because people don't like to do spreadsheet, but you really gotta start getting into the damage formulas and seeing if I put points here, what does it do? If I put points here, what does it do? Now, the good part about the good part about Jaws or Corrosion, and only those 2 weapons inside of Power Surge and Unstable Bomber, if you build crit, you will do a lot of damage. If you build status elemental, you will do a lot of damage. But for the rest of them in those families, it's status and elemental. Because Corrosion has also got special rules. Corrosion is 70% chance to trigger Power Surge, but will not inflict Power Surge status. Power Surge can crit, and its crit rate is 15%. When Power Surge is triggered, Power Surge crit damage 15% for 6 seconds, and the effect can stack up to 10 times. And the Power Surge damage factor is plus 15%. So you can run Corrosion as a crit weapon. That doesn't mean you would want to run other Power Surge weapons as crit weapons. I know, it's clear as mud. You're just like, oh my god, this guy just broke out calculus. I know, and it sucks. That's why I changed my mind. Rail thought I was replaced by a pod person. If you decide to run elemental, Rail, let me know. I can pull your calibration for that too. But yeah, mods are the true endgame. Mods are going to be. Jesus, I can't talk. I'm sorry, guys. This new medication, I had to up my dose by 30% last night. It was the natural step up day, and I just feel like I'm in a cloud of fog. The game is hard. Oh my god, some asshole left their fucking goddamn deviation drop right next to the chest. Oh, I hate when motherfuckers do this. Fucking litter somewhere else, bitches. Don't be that fucking guy. That's not bad. I'll keep that. See, if you're gonna litter right there where people aren't gonna automatically hit it when they open a chest. That's just truly a shit behavior. walk into town, there's just a pile of common plant root on the ground. Hey, Karthos, did you watch the entire Ashes of Creation cargo system? Because somebody tried to give me a synopsis and the bullet points earlier, and they didn't have them all. All I'm really wondering is it basically Arcage's trade pack system now, like 1-for-1? Like, did they just basically rip it? Yeah. Is there anything other than you copied Arcage that I need to know? There's a significant tweak to it. Oh, now you got me excited. What's the significant tweak? Did I clear upstairs in the red building? I don't know. Don't remember. Oh, hi. Yeah, when you're done, I'd love to see it. I got all but one page done of the website. I got one page left to do. And of course, it's the page that I hate doing. It's the how to support us page. I hate that shit, but you got to have it there. How do I help you? Well, this is how you help me. That's why I'm like not really I'm not really a growable creator. Because I don't ever ask people. It's like, don't forget to sub. Well, where are we at? Don't forget to follow, or don't forget to sub, or don't forget to, whatever the non-monetary word is. It's like, I don't like doing that. To me, that sounds so disingenuous. Like, everything is always do the call to arms and ask people to sub, but I don't want to. Like, I want people to sub, not pay, like whatever it is, like follow. I want people to follow. I don't want their money. I want people to follow. I want them to enjoy the content. But I don't want to ask them to do it. Therefore, they don't. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. I did that in a bunch of videos. I hated that shit. I hated doing that. If you like the video, fucking like it. Like, it's like I just have an expectation of viewers. Like, if you like it, put a fucking like on it. Takes you 2 seconds to like a video. You didn't like it, it's fine. Don't put a like on it. If you hated it, put a dislike on it. That's also fine. I saw somebody ask a creator a question. Why'd you stop making content? I was in this person's Discord. Why'd you stop making content? Because I wasn't growing. Well, your content was really good. How often did you like my content? Oh, I don't like content. Well, that's why I didn't grow, bitch. I had to go get a real job because I wasn't making any money doing this. I was like, well, it makes sense. They're like, well, now I'm sad. No, I want to give a shout out. I wish I knew the creator's actual name, but I don't because I'm really bad with names. There was a content creator that I follow. She's a VTuber, and she had to go to the hospital with the birth of her child, and she had complications, so she was in the hospital for 4 days. And her hospital bill out of pocket was $9,100. That was their out of pocket fee. Because they have a yearly cap of 10,000. They have to pay the first 10,000 and then everything else is covered. Well, they don't have that. They especially don't have that with a new baby. And I feel for them. And a large creator saw the issue and stepped in and said, if you give me the like hospital name or whatever, or I'll donate it to you. I forgot the actual specifics, but they donated half of their bill. Well, that's why I want to grow. That's why I want to grow as a creator. Because I'd like to be able to do that. Like, I'd like to be able to do the charitable stuff. Like, if I won $1 billion in the lottery, I wouldn't keep it all. I would start an MMO company to make an MMO so that it made money, so that then I could just wander around and be a philanthropist and be like, oh, let me do this. Let me help out people. Let me be like a guardian angel for people in their bills. Like, unlike that fucking 5 years ago, man, that female creator who was losing her shit live on her show. I will never forget how hard I was laughing at her behavior. She had bought like a new, like $2,000, $20,000. I don't know how fucking much the purse was, but she had bought a really, really expensive purse, and she thought her rent had been pulled, and her rent wasn't pulled. And so she got the notice that her rent was due, and she wasn't going to get her next Twitch payout until like way after the rent was due. And so she was streaming, and she was literally yelling at people who were subbing. And she was like, I don't need you to sub on Twitch. I need you to open your wallet and make a donation, because I have to make my rent payment, and donations I can get tomorrow. She's like literally yelling at her audience that she needs them to give her straight cash. And I'm like, what the fuck has the creator space turned into? What are we doing? Like, what is this? Like, how far have we fallen? I saw Tim the Tatman just talked about you would sub just to send her off. Yeah, right? It's like there was a creator who years ago I said, don't have a PayPal set up to take donations because you're not a 503c organization. You're not taking donations, you're taking tips. But the way it's set up it's literally set up in PayPal, that PayPal tells you if you're using this function for anything other than charitable donations, this is the wrong category to be using. There was a person who got a like $1,600 donation last year, and just inside of the 1 year mark, the donor refunded it, which is bullshit behavior. It's terrible. But the person was like, and now I'm screwed. Well, yeah, you're screwed because you don't listen. If you had donated that through SE Pay, then they wouldn't have been able to refund it like that. Because Stream Elements and SE Pay will dispute the chargeback, and they'll say, damn it. They'll turn around and say, you didn't you knew what you were buying, you knew what you were donating, you knew that. So no, we're not allowing the chargeback. See, PayPal almost always sides with the customer. And a lot of people have it in their head that chargebacks are always automatically going to go through. Chargebacks don't automatically always go through. You can dispute chargebacks. And if you know the verbiage to put on the dispute, PayPal will be like, well, we probably need to stay out of it. If you write in the chargeback, you say, I understand that the individual has decided to initiate a chargeback. Unfortunately, the time period of a reasonable chargeback has passed. I don't have their money. I delivered to them absolutely to the letter of the law what I was supposed to deliver to them. This is not a PayPal issue. This is a civil matter, and that individual should be encouraged to pursue this through other means. And if you write it up that way, PayPal is going to look at that response and say, fuck it, we're out. You're going to have to take civil matters. We can't give you your money because this isn't our fight. This isn't our monkey. This is definitely not our circus. We don't want anything to do with this. And people don't realize that. You can dispute it. But if you're set up in that other category, you can't dispute it because there's no disputing it because it's a donation. But you're not a 503c. And so it just amazes me that what amazes me more than people not following good instructions is the people that want to argue, the people who don't own businesses, who want to argue about how that shit really works. Well, in my opinion, no, in your opinion is how you want it to work. You want it to work that way. It's not, that doesn't mean that. It's like with video game companies. They're like, oh, well, the way or with video games and the way they work. People will be like, well, the way it works is this. No, that's not how it works. Like the damage formula in Once Human. A lot of content creators have made content around how the damage formula works. And they're absolutely wrong. And they're absolutely telling people the wrong thing. And then people get frustrated with Starry Studios. And Starry is like, why are you mad at us? Well, the damage formula doesn't work the way somebody told me it works. And Starry Studios is like, but the damage formula is in the game. No, it's not in the game in a very nice, neat, clean way. But it's in the game. And people are just... Gamers are terrible. They're just mad all the time. Tim the Tatman talked about how the era of gamer streamers is probably coming to an end. If all you're doing is covering video games all the time, you're probably not going to be a streamer very long. Hey gamers, what's up, Dram? We were just talking about gamers. Hey man, you shouldn't have been able to hit me there. I was in the bushes. What are you doing?
Dance. Dance.
I decided to play around with Docker and local LLMs is fun. I made a local one where it gave my world building writing, and now I can interact with it asking questions. It's really cool. That's cool. One of my cats is trying to get my attention. And it's just sitting outside my door whining at me. Like they can't just walk in here and say hello. Soak the hit. Yeah, Dram, I think what you're doing is like the smart way to go about it. You're like road mapping everything out before you start. Like, there's a reason why people ask all the time, like, why were games of yesteryear so much better than games of today? Well, games of yesteryear started off with waterfall. Like, you had to have a lot of things mapped out because you had to tell the engineers what you needed the engine to do. And then while the engineers were going and making the engine so that it could do the things you wanted it to do, you had an awful lot of time to sit around and work out the particulars. But now it seems like game companies are using Agile and they're trying to be 100% completely fluided needs of the customer, because they're trying to make sure that they can pivot as soon as a competitor gets to the point where the competitor tells people what their game is gonna look like and the cool features they're gonna have. And if you don't believe this system, yeah, a game for everyone is a game for no one. For example, New World absolutely looked at Ashes of Creation and modified their goal and their intention because they saw how much hype the node system was getting. There is zero doubt in my mind that New World Studios said, shit, Ashes has got this amazing concept. We need to try to make something that's going to look at least a little bit like it. Otherwise, we're going to fall behind. Well, the problem is that a good idea implemented poorly is just a bad feature. It's just a bad thing. A great idea. It's what was it in leadership school they taught me? 100% committal to a 60% plan is always going to produce better results than 60% committal to a 100% plan. Chrono Odyssey. Chrono Odyssey looks like it's shaping up to be a rather good game. Dune Awakening looked like it was going to be an amazing game. And then inside of 1 month, people got to max game, max level, end game. And the biggest complaint I've heard about Dune Awakening is that the server performance on launch was so bad that even people that were really stoked about it gave up on it because they didn't think that the game was going to go anywhere, and they got frustrated with it because they couldn't play with their friends. Well, if your game has terrible connectivity during launch, then expect to lose your player base. And I feel bad because I wanted to play. I wanted to play Dune. But because of how it launched and when it launched, and the particulars around it, I didn't really get a chance to jump in at launch. Oh yeah, because it launched early access Oh shit, right off the fucking ledge. Fuck's sake. I got stuck on the route. Because it launched early access while I was in Orlando, and then it launched normally when I was in at a wedding, I was like, you know what? I'm too far behind already. Because there's already guilds that are at, like, they made getting to max level and the territory control was available within 2 weeks of the game launch. Well, you didn't learn any lessons from any other games that have ever had those features. You don't want the game to be controlled by the sweaty tryhards that live in mom's basement. You don't want it to be controlled by college students who are off for the summer. You want to make sure that, you know, this crazy thing called your other customers have the ability to have a chance to get into the game. EVE Online had this problem, and EVE Online had about 5 problems that stopped it from ever being massively popular right at launch. And one of those problems was if you couldn't be on pretty much every minute of every day, you couldn't really excel in the game. And some people are like, well, EVE wasn't for everybody. You're right, EVE wasn't for everybody, and no one's disputing that fact. EVE was not for everybody. But EVE became for nobody. CCP was sold or bought, or well, it was sold and it was bought. And now the company that bought it is spinning it off because they don't see it as profitable. Well, you wonder why. It's a 22-year-old game that people can't get involved in. There's really no point in trying to play EVE Online. And I love the game, and I wish I could go back to it. But I know that you're behind people that are sitting on literal trillions and trillions of ISK worth of resources. That's really hard to start playing and then feel like you have any opportunity to realistically catch up. Yeah, you feel the same way about EVE. EVE is a great game. You know what would solve the problem with EVE? Build a new cluster. You got control of your company back? Since you got control of your company back, open a new cluster. Well, that would hurt the existing player base. Why? Nobody says you have to close the cluster you have. If enough players are going to play on the existing cluster to make it economically viable, then keep it open as well. Just make a new cluster and don't have any pay to win on it. And you'll know pretty quickly whether or not the new cluster is able to support itself. And if it can, great. And if it can't, then what you can do is roll those players over to the existing server. And even if you lose 50% of the people who came to the new cluster, you still increased your existing player base. So it's a win-win-win-win, no loss. It's win all around. Would you lose some of the players? They'll be like, yeah, I only came back to EVE because I wasn't going to be playing on that server that's existed for 22 years. Okay. And then that's a fair reason for them to leave. But some people would be like, oh, I came back to EVE because it's been years and I like what they've done with it. I'm going to stay. But of course you hear the existing players with the whole, you're killing the soul of the game. You're making everything I've done useless. Well, yeah, everything you've done is why players don't want to play. ArcAge was the same thing. Trying to play ArcAge after a year after it had launched, you had no chance against players. So then they're like, oh, well, we're going to introduce Hiram gear. Well, I'm so grateful that you're introducing gear that automatically upgrades when I spent hours and money buying regrade charms. You got to think about the longevity of the game. And that's why I changed my opinion about the blueprint transfers in Once Human. I even wrote it in the article. I said I felt a certain sort of way about it since they introduced the change in December. I felt a certain way about it. And now I feel differently about it because I understand that it would take new players under the system. Under the old system, you either had to do what Rail did, and you had to put all of your eggs into one basket, or you had to wait an awful long time. You shouldn't have been able to catch me. I was in the middle of rolling, you jerk face. Or you had to wait an awful long time to put blueprints where they belong. Well, people don't want to be told the game will get fun for you in 6 months. The next 6 months is gonna suck, but 6 months from now, the game will be okay. Who wants to hear that? Who wants to be told embrace the suck for 6 months? I'll be right back. So, if it ain't amazing in the start, why would I believe it gets better? Right, and that's where I would love to see a game company radically change their outlook. I'd love to see a company say, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna tell you outright from day one, getting to max level is going to take you at least a year. Ashes of Creation started to get there where they said it's going to take 45 days of 4 to 6 hours a day to get to max level. Ashes of Creation had, and this is where this really sad part is. That game had so many great ideas, and I don't know why they abandoned them. It's going to take you 46 days of playing 4 to 6 hours a day to get to max level. Really? Because there's people that got to level 25 in about a day and a half. Well, you can't trust the numbers because that's just alpha numbers and they can continue to tweak them. So you're telling me that they deliberately started with bad numbers? So they deliberately did things poorly so that they could get bad information to start with. Is that what you're saying? Because that's the only other way that works. We're deliberately gathering bad data, but we're a data-driven decision company. But we're deliberately gathering bad data. So we're making decisions based on bad data because we're a data-driven company. And this is why I always say the same thing. White Knights need to shut up and let the company answer. Because then White Knights don't have that next good answer. So you're using bad data to make decisions. Okay. I suppose. I don't think that's a... I wouldn't say that that's a good idea. But if you want to be of the opinion that that's what they're doing... Yeah, I guess that technically is an option. It's like... You can drive a car with your feet. Doesn't make it a good fucking idea. But you can do it. You can walk up to Mike Tyson and call him a little bitch. I don't think it's a good idea. But you can certainly do it. But no, I like the direction Once Human is going. I like it. I like the direction they're going. And like, I did have to change my perspective. I wish it was a little bit easier. Like, I wish there wasn't as much RNG in the mods. I understand why they have to have it, because they've taken all the other progression out. Which is a shame, because progression is what makes the game meaningful. Like, if they don't put in a new PvE scenario, then I don't necessarily know if I'm going to keep playing the game, because this is my 12th Manibus since beta. 12 times I've done this scenario. And we were able to do Nightmare Silos last week, or the week before, because we were on the permanent server. But then the permanent server got so jacked that we had to leave the scenario because Rail couldn't put his base down. Well, now we're struggling to do the Nightmare scenarios. Not that they're hard, it's just I don't have the other builds that I normally run. Rail normally gets Rail normally runs Elemental, which it's cool that he wants to change his build. But because I can't fill in the AoE build, I can only fill in the bounce build. And the bounce build, while it is technically AoE-ish, it's not as chonky as the Boom Boom build. If I could run Boom Boom, I'd run Boom Boom. And I will eventually be able to. I just can't do it right now. I don't have the mods. I have the gear. I have the blueprint for the weapon. I just don't have the mods yet. Because they make getting mods so painful. And again, that's why we liked being on the permanent server. Because I was making progress on my mods on the permanent server. Speaking of which, why do I feel like I'm still running the wrong mod? No, that's the right mod. Like this mod. This mod is good. Right? But it's only a 15-point mod. This mod, if I could get bounce damage on the first line to 6%, and then bounce weak spot damage to purple, and then have, if I get 3 out of 4 stats, I'm happy. Then it'd be good. But I have, I should be able to get bounce weak spot damage to gold as well. But I have a good enough mod for right now, but I don't like good enough. I like perfect. But I won't try to level that mod to perfect until I build my elemental set. They just make, like, you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like, they've made everything so time gated and so annoying that after a year, and after one full year, you don't have a perfect mod set. Then it becomes really easy to see why people are like, well, I had fun, and I'm going to keep this overly sickening positive, because this isn't what people would say, but I'm going to pretend that they're nice people. People are going to say, oh, I had a really fun year playing Once Human, but Chrono Odyssey is coming out. I'll go play Chrono Odyssey and see how that is. As opposed to, hey, I've played this for a year, and I have a perfect set, a near perfect set, and I'm still having a good time. Maybe I'll stick with this. And it's all about perspective. And I forgot who gave it to me. What was his name? Yesterday. The guy that got himself banned by Siri and took us like half the show to get him unbanned. Amateur Tech TTV, I think is who his actual name is. He gave me this article. Yeah, Amateur. He gave me this article, and it's a great read. It's talking about people and their political affiliation causing their bias on other issues, like how they identify in some issues becomes ingrained based on their political party affiliation, and it's absolutely spot on. I mean, it is perfect for that. It's the same thing with consumers. Consumers have a very specific set of behaviors and identities. And it's important to know that. Because based on what the consumer has, if you're not giving them what they feel, and these are the important words here, if you're not giving them what they feel they need, they're not going to stay there. And if you want a great example of consumerism like that, it's hard to do in a video game because video gamers are fickle. But think about the Disney resorts for a second, and we're going to focus on just Disney World. Disney World has 20 different hotels on their property. That's a lot of hotels, man. That's a lot of hotels. They don't fill them all to capacity. So they didn't build more in order to keep all the people on property. They know for a fact that there's other hotels in Orlando. Oh, shit. They know for a fact there's other hotels in Orlando that Disney people stay at. So why? The cost. Does Disney offer hotels at sub $100? No. But why? Because there's no profit in it for them at sub $100 a night. They don't want that clientele. They don't want that demographic. And the reason why they don't want that demographic is because the demographic of people that are going to only want to spend $100 a night on a hotel are going to be expecting the $300 a night hotel experience. So what Disney wants to do is set a lower threshold. We don't want you as a customer. Well, if Disney knows that, why don't MMOs figure that out? A lot of people in Once Human are are clamoring about wanting PvP. So what they do, they built an entire scenario called Raid Zone. And guess what? Because their rule sets in Raid Zone are really, really bad, the people who wanted PvP are still complaining. They're still complaining that there's no meaningful PvP. And the reason why there's no meaningful PvP is because the people that play on Raid Zone, some of them are shitbirds. And some of them stand on new player houses and just fuck the new players up before the new player has a chance to get their feet under them. Well, if you're doing that, I don't want to hear a fucking complaint out of you. Because that's shitbird behavior. Instead of building a whole new scenario for PvP players, start off, and I know some of you are going to groan, start off with instanced content. Start off with instanced PvP. Why? Because then you can balance the PvP. You can control data, you can get good quality data, and then you can use that to build open world PvP. If 95% of the people in instanced PvP are all running the PowerShock crossbow, what that tells you is that son bitch is underpowered or overpowered. That's the only thing that data tells you. If 95% of players are running one particular build, that build is overpowered and it needs to be fixed. Period. So just get it fixed. If you fix it, and then all of a sudden 0% of people are running the recurve crossbow, you tweaked it too much, don't touch anything else yet. Fix it. When you get it fixed the second time, if then you start to see you start to see a good mix of classes, and you're like, oh, some people are running, like 40% of people are still running the recurve crossbow, but we're seeing outer space, we're seeing the Kuma Wink, we're seeing corrosion. Now you're getting data that you can use and figure out what the problem is. But you're going through and you're like, 5% of people are running Jaws, 5% of people are running Hazardous Object, 1% of people are running Doombringer, 0% of people are running Raining Cash. Okay, well, why is nobody running Raining Cash? Maybe we need to extend the duration of Fortress Warfare. Maybe we need to close the cooldown. Maybe we'll finally realize that everybody uses Fortress Warfare as a proc to then use other weapons. Maybe we're going to realize that Fortress Warfare is the next thing that needs tender loving care. In PvP, if you have something that requires you to get 4 shots off to be fully stacked, and you're dead before you can ever get 4 shots off, then in PvP, that ability's no good. The Bullseye Sniper Rifle was always amazing in PvP. And now, it's even better. If you can get 4 shots off. If you can't get 4 shots off, it's a bad weapon. Meanwhile, the crossbow, if you hit the person once, it procs an effect that infects the environment. Frost Vortex, if you spark a vortex, it hits everybody nearby. Boom Boom, if you hit somebody and get the explosion, it hits everybody nearby. Well, 3 of those are way different than the 4th. Which one of these is not like the other one? One second. I was expecting my They should switch the shotgun style for Doom and Cash. Make Fortress Warfare the breakdown and make Bullseye the pump. You know what I would say to that? Let's take that idea and let's make it Mo Betta. What we could do with that is, instead of swapping those two, let's just make more. We could even go so far as to say, what if they added parts to the weapon and you decided how to build it? I want to bounce shotgun in that 500 style pump. Yeah. Why not? I want an ACS 12 bounce shotgun. Bounce shotgun, call it shitstorm. Yeah. I'll be the first to admit, I saw that video you sent me yesterday about the bounce, or about the bingo. I don't like to do cheap things, but if I can get myself that dagger and the ice cube, I have the ice cube deviation, but if I can get myself the dagger and I can increase my damage output to 500,000 damage per shot, you bet your ass I'm gonna do it. Oh. People in chat right now are talking about how bad the mining platforms are. It's another one of those things in the game changed, but they didn't think about all the things that needed to change. And sometimes that's a problem. Like New World. I couldn't believe how many people were happy that in New World every tree was harvestable. That seemed like a really weird thing to be happy about. But, right? then the rest of the game didn't support it because they took out fort building from the whole game. So yeah, it's great. Every tree is gatherable. Every tree is harvestable. Every tree, almost every tree is harvestable in Once Human. Almost every tree. There's a couple that you run into that you just can't harvest. But you stop harvesting them when you no longer need wood. And these people are arguing about passive versus active farming, and it's just like you're arguing, like you're literally arguing if whether active or passive farming is better. Yeah, there's there's only a couple. There's only a couple of trees that aren't harvestable. How am I on sproutlets? I have a metric fuck ton of sproutlets. Why? Do we need a metric fuck ton of acid? Because if we need acid, I can go get several hundred acid. Like, I think I'm good on sproutlets. I just haven't had the time to get set up this season. Like I said, as soon as this show is over, I have one page to build, and then I am taking tomorrow off to game. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm not working on web pages tomorrow. I am literally going to dedicate myself to getting set up. Yeah, okay, let me go get... Oh, I gotta go there anyway. I'll buy tungsten, or I'll buy acid and I'll drop it off. No, I don't have acid. I don't have honest shit.
The atmosphere here feels off. Anyway, go find Pauline. Maybe she can say what's up with this place.
Oh, it's not deviated bone-in sausage. It's I don't remember what the fuck it is. Yeah, the acid thing, the acid food. Pork chops, that's it. What's up, Brad? No, I don't have pork chops. Yeah, people have gotten like 5 Mr. Wishes out of the machine. I can't even get anything decent. Ah, shit, I forgot that ledge is there. No, I'll bring acid back. See, I wish this as well. I wish these I wish these were better. Is 8 foot wide too small for a bedroom? Hold on. Yes. Yes, 8 foot wide is too small for a bedroom because I just measured it out. 8 foot wide doesn't really give you enough room to. By the time you put a twin bed into an 8 foot wide room, you're not really going to have a lot of, because remember, and I don't know what state you're in. A bedroom has to have a closet. And so when you have a closet, you have to consider how are you going to get in and out of said closet. So, also there is that consideration. Let me do that real quick. And again, without knowing where you are, some of this is, if you did a bedroom that's only 8 feet wide, then the bedroom would have to be 8 3/4 feet long by International Residence Code. Because International Residence Code is that, no, I didn't say a double bed, I said a twin bed. The smallest bed. Twin is the smallest size in America. International Residence Code says the smallest that you can have for a bedroom is 70 square feet. Now, it depends on if your local building code requires you to build in accordance with the International Residence Code. Not all do. But I wouldn't go smaller on a bedroom, really, than 10 by 9. 90 square feet is the smallest I would go. 10 by 10 is usually better. Now, the room I'm in right now used to be my daughter's bedroom. And it's like this. So this is the room I'm in. Because just outside the door, that's the stairwell. This is the closet. This is considered the living space. And then this is the doorway. The door's right here. So it's, you got this little like hallway area. But yeah, 8 feet. Why are you irritating me today? A dimension of 8 foot on a bedroom would be really, really odd. Now, is it possible to set up a bedroom with one dimension 8 foot? Like, have I seen weird rooms like 8 by 12? Yeah, I've seen weird ass rooms like 8 by 12, and they work. Let me look at something real quick. Yeah, no. I was looking at the other goofy room in my house, and it's bigger than that. So. That was funny in the military, where I spent my time in tech school. The room was 2 square feet larger than what regulations say a room for 2 people needs, a room for 3 people needs to be. Two fucking square feet. Like, talk about driving it to the bare minimum. Can I start some more beer? Yep. Nope. No, I cannot. Oh, because it's not beer, it's malt. How the hell do we not have water? Are you just not keeping up yet? Yeah, it's just not keeping up yet. All right, there's plenty of acid now. You know what we're gonna need? We're gonna need tungsten. Racing to get him his set now, because we need him to have his... Need him to have his other set. Can't... Until I can build an elemental set, can't clear this shit without AoE damage. Yeah, I don't think I'm close on I don't think I'm close on the elementals. No, I might be able to do it this season. Just before I leave on vacation, I might be able to knock it out. See, we are looking for a new house, and my parents found this one with 3 beds. Well, mine would be 8 feet wide. I was like, that's way too small. Yeah, 8 feet wide is way too small. Well, 8 feet, what's the other dimension? It's 8 feet wide, but how long is it? And then it's going to determine on 8 feet wide, how long is it, and then where the closet is. Because if you have a room that's 8 feet wide, but it's like 14 feet long, and the closet's in a good spot, 10 by 8, no, that's too small. 80 square feet is terrible. Now, $80 square feet was fine for me when I was a teenager, because I had just enough room next to the doorway that I could put my bed, and then the closet was a tiny closet. It was an old 19s like 40 house, but I didn't have much stuff. George Carlin says it best. George Carlin says, you have a house, or you live with your parents, and you have a little bit of stuff. So then you move into an apartment, and you have to buy more stuff. And then eventually you buy too much stuff. And then you need to buy a house. Oh yeah, see that 8 by yeah, that's for those of you if that's a terrible layout. And here's why. This layout is bad for a bedroom for so many reasons. If you have, yeah. Yeah, this layout is bad for a lot of reasons. Let me bring it up. So, first of all, you'll notice that the living room is right off of the common wall. Like, you look at this layout and here's the refrigerator. Here's the so-called living room. And so the only place in this entire room to put a TV is going to be on that wall right there. That's pretty much where you're going to be forced to put the TV. Now it looks like they've put a soundproof wall, and I don't know this from looking at the plans, but you're still going to have this terrible setup because there's the bedroom door, right? And there's the closet. So you're not gonna have, and yeah, because it's a jut-in, you really only have there, or there to put the bed. You only have 5 positionals to put the bed. Yeah, that's gonna be. I mean, you could survive it, but it's gonna suck. And then no matter where you put the bed, the light from the window is gonna be impacting you, either shining on your face or warming up the bed. And it's right above a fireplace. Yeah, that's no good. It's gonna be a hot ass room. It's going to be a hot ass room. It's going to not be fun. It's not going to be enjoyable. At the same time, if it's the best you get, yeah, if you don't need all 3 rooms, bust that closet wall down and make a second bedroom. I somehow think that they need the 3 rooms. I'm just taking a bit of a guess, but my guess is that they might be needing all 3 of those rooms. You have a south-facing bedroom, and it sucks. I could imagine. Okay, so I'm gonna need to... Oh, that's why. You added... I got it now. I was like... You don't like huge windows? Yeah, I don't like huge windows either. My goal in the house that I buy or remodel, I want the shutters in, I want the blinds inside of the windows so that when you close the blinds, you black out 100% of the light. That's what I want. If I can't have it, I'll rehang blackout curtains. My wife made me smile so much the other day. Like, She said, I figured out that by closing the blinds in my office, it keeps my office cooler. Well, no shit. You mean having the fucking blinds closed? You lose the breeze, though. What's the breeze? You mean opening your window? Remember I have that theory about feet? How feet go in socks, socks go in shoes? When it comes to windows, windows get shut, windows get locked. They stay that way unless a cow ventures into your house and drops a pie on the floor. Unless you burn something and you need to open the windows to vent out the smoke. Unless it happens to be one of the 2 really nice days of the year. Fucking windows stay shut, man. That's what you have an air conditioner for. I'm European and I don't have air conditioning. Well, that sucks. Yet another reason why I don't live in Europe. Not trying to put a number on it, but that could be part of it. Oh yeah, we have AC. Here, I can't show you. I don't have the second camera set up yet. Supra, I have in my office, I have a 3-foot by 2-foot wall. 3 feet across, 2 feet deep, 3.5 feet high air conditioner just for this office. Just for this room. I have a standalone air conditioner just for this room. Yeah, my 3090 and my 4080 have their own air conditioner. I also have a room-to-room air exchanger in the wall that pulls all the hot air out of this room and pushes it into the loft. No, we're not. We're using the old ones that nobody cares about. Rel, what do you need in order to, do we have everything for you to make a set? I know I gotta pull your calibration. But do we have everything else? I don't know European law, but make sure make sure before you ever install a sprinkler system into a residential property. And I don't know your laws at all. I know American law. Make sure that you know the law around having a residential sprinkler system. Because I have supervised their installation at homes. But it comes with them an additional cost. Because the insurance company is going to give you a discount if you have a residential sprinkler system. The problem is you must provide proof of maintenance every year. The fire department requires them to be inspected every year because the fire department requires them to be designated that there's a sprinkler system. And then if you have an at-home residential sprinkler system, and I don't have all the details because it's been a while, your electrical system, if the sprinkler system can't be connected through your circuit breaker box, the sprinkler system must be connected through an external breaker box that cuts off of the main power, because if the sprinkler system activates, then your circuit breaker must disconnect. Otherwise, you have that, unless you're talking about outside sprinklers, and that's a different thing. But if you're talking about inside sprinklers, the electrical system in the house has to cut off if the fire suppression sprinkler system activates. That's a pain in the ass. Okay. With that said, What does Rail need? And what do I need? Yeah, I'm assuming he meant fire suppression sprinklers, but I don't know. You have a mystery for us to solve. Well, Shaggy, are there Scooby snacks? I'm all for solving them if there's Scooby snacks. Why would there be two shower heads in a shower? Well, about that, depends. Number one, is there a rainfall shower that's in the top and a wall shower? Or are there two wall showers on either end of the shower? Because depending on if there's a rainfall shower or two shower heads on either side, that makes a difference. Neither. Now I'm really intrigued. There's just two showers. There's two shower heads on the same wall. Handicap, maybe. But generally, handicap is a hand shower and a faucet shower. One on the side and one on front and back. One on the side. That's interesting. I don't think I've seen just a single shower head on the side. I've seen them in the corners. I've seen the corner ones. You got me on that one. I don't think I've ever seen one on just the side. Yeah, those squared jets. Yeah, I've seen where the corner is a full body shower on the side wall. Yeah, a thermostatic shower, though, has the rainfall. One opposite walls, yeah. Yeah, I don't... That's a good one. I've seen it where you have a big shower and you have like 3 shower heads on a wall. I've seen it where there's a bench in the shower for handicapped reasons. And there's a shower head there. That's weird. That's a mystery, man. You got me. My coffee cake fell apart. Some of the Starbucks workers were saying that Starbucks should raise the prices of a cup of coffee so that they can pay the workers more. I'm just going to say, if Starbucks keeps raising their prices again, I'll just go back to brewing my own coffee. Right now, it's still just a little bit cheaper to get a cup of coffee from Starbucks. It's just a little cheaper. to get it from them than it is to make it myself. And that's only because I have to buy caramel, buy vanilla, and buy espresso to drink the espresso that I drink. But if it gets much more expensive, then they can get fucked. Shrapnel. I need the gas tight helmet. And if I do the gas tight helmet, you drink pure black coffee? Let me talk about pure black coffee with you for a second. I can drink pure black coffee. I absolutely can. However, based on what I like to drink, I like to drink espresso. I don't drink coffee because I like the taste. I drink coffee because I need the oomph. I don't think I need to be drinking like 8 cups of coffee a day. I don't think I'm in that boat. Yeah, drinking straight coffee is rough. It's not bad, but it's rough. You drink pure black espresso mud? Yeah, I could see you doing that. I could see you hating your life enough to do that. Shrapnel. Overwrite. Okay. Oh, Rel, do you need me to bring a calibration for you? I gotta go search. I gotta go search for a calibration for myself too. Yeah, if you wanna go find it, I'll go get it. It's why I opt to not drink ale or beer. It just doesn't agree with your palate. Well, here's the thing, man. Beer, ale, all of that doesn't agree with anybody's palate. Remember, people were drinking that shit for years and years and years because it was the only way to purify their water. You drank a weak ale. You made war crimes. Nice. Or unless you mean you made Boom Boom and you're just tired of seeing it. They drank weak ale instead of water because then it was clean and it was purified. It's kind of a goofy ass way to have to purify your water, but I mean, they figured it out. That's also why they drank wine, because they didn't get sick when they drank wine. I mean, they got sick if they drink bad wine, but that's neither here nor there. Wine actually tastes nice, though. I don't disagree with you. You're not wrong. Hard to listen to the Dystopian album while gaming. Great album when you're like working. A little weird. I need... magazine capacity, reload speed, and crit rate. Magazine capacity, reload speed, and crit rate. I need crit rate. How do I not have a crit rate? There we go. Not amazing, but I'll take it. I'll go over to his place and pick up his. Assuming he can find it. He's got the same thing I do. Oh, I have it. Dude, just realize I've got at least 1,000 calibrations. I just have to find them. I have it. Where the fuck am I now? Ah. There we go. And then hopefully we'll be able to clear some of these today. Bit of a pain in the ass. We normally don't have this problem. And I'm hoping this season I can build out a Oh, I had some already. They all suck. Well, I'll take that. Yeah, if I already have that. Yeah, that'll work. Now you need 300,000 LMG rounds here. I'll throw yours into the vending machine. See, you saw, I just cleared these out. I literally just cleared this shit out. Where the fuck is it? There's no way I could have screwed that up because... yeah, that can't take the same blueprint. Where the fuck is it? Did I not grab it? Assault machine. Wait, no. Is my hive full? No, my hive isn't full. Yeah, rapid. Rapid. So it's there. Oh. Wait. Yeah, I'm stupid. You need any casual players? Do I need casual players? No, I don't need casual players. If there's casual players from my community that are playing, you're more than welcome to join the hive. If you're just gonna pop in occasionally, it's all good. Generally by the middle of the season, we have more than enough resources to support everybody. Yeah, I couldn't find it, Rel, because you got to be smarter than what you're working with. How do I get an invite? Are you on my server is the important one. I'm not sure if my server is open. All right, I'm losing my fucking. Give me 1 second, because I'm losing my mind. Okay. I have definitely brought it over. What the fuck is going on? Where is this damn thing? I know I pulled it over. Okay. Sorry, Jay's getting irritated. Why can't I put these two in the vending machine? I put the other one in the vending machine just fine. What the fuck is going on? Literally, why can't I put this? Let me try logging out real quick. And I'm on server 0186. If you're on this server or you make a character on this server, I can invite you. Yeah, why can I not load those into the vending machine? I loaded the other one and it's in my inventory. It's right fucking there. Can I discard it? Yeah, you can't. I can't drop it. I can't. If I drop it, it's destroyed because it's bound. That's some bullshit right there. I did it with the other one. He got the other one, no problem. What makes that one different? And now I have his fucking blueprint, and I can't give it back to him. Put an X in World, Captain Trips, so I can see you easier. Well, Rail, I don't know what to tell you. I have your damn calibration. I just can't pass it to you. I've never seen that problem with a bound item. It's the curse of the boom. Well, yeah, I would say it's the curse of the boom boom, but it's also the frugal sniper rifle, which I'm not. It unlinks in 5 days. How was I able to put it in the? I was able to put the other one in the vending machine. The curse of the boom boom. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's fucking game sometimes. This game makes you hate it sometimes. I can't put it in. I built a new vending machine just to check. That is so bizarre. I mean, I respect it because God damn it. Am I in the right backpack? Yeah. Because in this backpack, you can only link from there, and then when I'm here, I mean, there's all my other real world items. Because that's... right? That's heavy assault, and that's frugal. There's rapid energy. Or there's rapid with elemental. And it's not there. Everything else is there. See? Everything else is there. It's just those two blueprints aren't there. I have no idea why. Let me see if I can find an answer real quick. Yeah, and those are classified as gold weapon calibrations. So there is no reason I shouldn't be able to put those in the vending machine. I did it earlier. All right, yet another thing for Ral and I to hate about this game. Ugh. Oh. With that said, I do apologize for being brain dead during most of the show. Like I said, I upped my medication yesterday for my nerve pain, and it made me really sleepy. I'm gonna get out of here because I've got one web page left to build, and if I don't get it done today, then I can't take my day off tomorrow. I want to say thank you to everybody. I always love being here. I love answering questions. Today we actually got some Once Human questions. I'm going to talk about the alligator Alcatraz on Monday because I think that shit's ridiculous, but it's a political related thing, so I'm going to grab that on Monday. You guys take care, have a good weekend, and I'm finally getting a day off tomorrow. I'll see you on Monday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.